Hello, everybody. Yep. Let me turn that on. There we go. You guys hear me fine? I think my kids had turned my monitors on for sound, and I didn't realize it, so I was like, why do I hear myself? Alright, we already got some few coming in. We got, which Mountain Dew VMC? Did you want Spark Zero or just regular Zero? Do I have a donator yet? I do not, New Marshall. I have boxes available. You can always send it if you want to do one. You can always send it. I know you're good for it, so. Getting these down. 39. Chris Helms. 39. KJ 1930. Run through some of these here. Yeah, I've figured if I didn't have a donator, I'd just open some quarters. I got a few boxes of those, so run down the list real quick. You got VMC, Sir Frogman, 74 Deeds, welcome. Chris Helms, Jim Thompson, he's Outer Banks, North Carolina. Let's see, KJ in Ohio, Coin Cody, welcome. Natalie Peters, welcome. Mike Badger, Wild, Netfiend, New Marshall, Coin Cody, Smoker 360. Yeah, let me check. We're going to do a box of nickels because New Marshall just sent for one. It was going to be quarters, but New Marshall just sent for a box of nickels, so we're going to change it to nickels. That's okay, 74 Deeds. We're all confused sometimes. Sometimes I make it confusing. Do zero. Oh, do zero. Okay. Maybe I didn't see the zero begin with first time. So we're going to be guessing nickels. So if you want to change your guess, that is, you're welcome to. And if you've never been here before, what we're doing is we're guessing the drink that I'm going to open. So if you get your drink guess correctly, you get your name on the wheel for a drawing at the end of the night. And then the oldest nickel of the box, whoever is the closest, either above or below, if there's no one right on, then we did your name on the wheel also. And there can be multiple winners. And with the Fanta Pineapple? Nope, no Fanta Pineapple. You got Fanta Black Cherry, Fanta Peach, and... Or Fanta... Sorry, that was Fresca. Fanta, the only one I have is Orange, 0. No Diet Dew? I do... Well, I don't have Diet Dew. My mom drinks Diet Dew, but I do the Diet... or 0. And that's just what I happen to grab. I'm good with either one. But all my stuff is 0. You got Dr. Pepper Coconut Cream 0, Dr. Pepper Cherry 0, Dr. Pepper Blackberry 0, Dr. Pepper Cream Soda 0, Got Coke Zero Orange, Pepsi Zero Cherry, Fanta Orange Zero, Bark Zero, Sprite Zero, Fresca Peach, Fresca Black Cherry, Pepsi Zero, Mountain Dew Spark Zero, Mountain Dew Zero, and Starry Zero. So those are the ones I've got cold in my fridge right now. I do have some others, but they're not cold, so I don't want to drink one. I picked up a Shirley Temple or something like that, Zero. I was like, interesting. You can guess a year too if you want. It's just one of those kind of fun things No, you're good. You're good. Just kind of a fun thing we do when we find an old nickel or a foreign or something. We put it up and we put guesses in throughout the night. And that is to get your name on the wheel. And one of the things at the end of the night is I spin the wheel of names, everybody that's on there. And whoever wins gets to choose a round. I give away copper rounds. And those are what I've got right now. Got to change a couple of them, but pretty much that's it. The ones with the dragons and the old money look are those gold foil covered bill type things. So if you happen to win, I can send you a copy of that so you can look at it closer and tell me which one. And then I send it to you. No charge. Now I'm going to go back through and find all my years I forgot and drinks. I was writing them down and changed. So let's see, Chris Holmes was 39, Coke Zero. Sir Frogman, Bing Zero, but I think it's Sparks. 30, yep, got his. Wild is Pepsi Cherry Zero. You find Wild on here. I use the same one from previous night, so just makes it easier. I don't have to write everything down multiple times. Jim Thompson, Fanta Orange Zero, 35. New Marshall had Dr. Pepper Cream Soda, and 27. Coin Cody, Fanta Orange, and 38. Smoker has Bark Zero. Don't see a year. VMC has Dew Zero and 39. Okay, got that. New Marshall says Nickel Pack also. Okay, I forgot. I need to get those out. I've got them right here though. Smoker 38. There we go. 74D says, well, that was a pineapple. I can't talk tonight. Fanta Pineapple, which I don't have. Hey, Crafty Dragon, welcome. Coke Zero Orange and 34. 74 Deed says Fanta Orange Zero. Oh, and 35 for Jim Thompson. Got that. Mike Badger says Dr. Pepper Cherry and 41. Let's see. Got your Trump ounce bar. Love it. You're welcome. 74 says Fanta Orange 0 and 42. Welcome, Garrett. Christiansen. Pepsi Zero Cherry and 43. I think I've caught up. So I have years and drinks for VMC, KJ, Chris Helms, Queen Cody, Jim Thompson, Wild, New Marshall, Garrett, Crafty, Smoker, Sir Frogman, Mike Badger, and 74 Deeds. If I missed you, please throw it in again. And with the nickel, the full nickel hunt is what New Marshall sent for. He's found some good stuff on some of these. And what is it? The 1st, already December. All right, so we got that. Let's find the ones I need. Okay, that's the AU War Nickels, Buffaloes, Average War Nickels, Liberty Head. So I think that's everything. So with the coin pack, New Marshall chose the nickel one, and with the nickel you get a V nickel. Let's look at a couple of these and see. Ooh. Did you want an 1899 V nickel? The other one's a 1907 that jumped out at me, but I'm assuming you'd rather probably have an 1899. If you don't, let me know. Get a couple Indians out, make sure we get different years and or mints. So the first one is a 37 Philly. And the next one, that's a 37, but it is a Denver. So full date on those, it's a 37. And Denver at the bottom there. Want to see him get in trifecta? I would love that. And if you don't know, a trifecta is if you get a V nickel, a Buffalo nickel, and a War nickel, you get a Shield nickel. And I can probably find one that's better than that, but if you can see the 5 on it, and a little bit of the shield on the back. I've got a few of those, so I might have a better one. Let's see, the average war nickel I have pulled out, 43 out of Denver. I don't know why it kind of does that sometimes, VMC. And find a flip. So I don't like to handle the AUs and BUs much. Oh, that 43 was a Denver. I was like, did I already get one? So the AU one I pulled out, a little bit known, but it's pretty nice there. We're at a 1943 out of Philly. Did you watch the Broncos game? I was on call, and I was dealing with a partial amputated finger, wood splitter, chopped part of his finger off. And the other one was a car accident. So I was a little bit busy there. Denver, how was your Thanksgiving? It was not too bad. I just went over to Mom's and stepdad's and just had some ham, some squash, things like that. Nothing fancy. And watched some football. My kids came home. They went to their mom ended up not working that day, and so she took them over to a movie in Hurricane, which is an hour away. They saw, I think it was Zootopia 2, and so when they got back, they brought them to Grandma's and Grandpa's, and they spent the night. And then we put up the tree. Normally I'm not a person that does trees and stuff, but I do it for the kids, so I let them put it up and decorate it and everything. I just helped kind of straighten some of the branches out. But that was about it. But that's what they did. And then the next morning I took them home after just kind of lounging. All right. Anybody else need to get a drink? I don't know if I missed anybody while I was getting those nickels. Just run down the list again. VMC, KJ, Chris Helms, Coin Cody, Jim Thompson, Wild, New Marshall, Garrett, Crafty, Smoker, Sir Frogman, Mike Badger, and 74 Deeds. So, if you're not one that I mentioned, throw your drink and year up, and I'll get you on. And thank you for New Marshall for donating tonight. Like I said, I was just going to do like quarters or halves or something, but I had quarters planned. So, all right. I don't see anybody else missing drinks or anything. So, unfortunately, I saw one person close, which was the Do Zero, but tonight it's Spark Zero. There we go. And luckily I was able to pick up a few boxes, and so I do have a few in stock. So if it is your first time here, you do have points that you can play for games. Doesn't cost anything, it's just 3 points. If you don't have points, a moderator, which is in blue, or myself can add those. And I usually start people off with about 10 million, so see if we have any enders. I doubt it, never do. Nope, got some funky looking ones, but on these we pull out any 2024s, 2009s, any proofs, anything from the 50s or older, any buffaloes, and that sort of thing. That's what we're looking for. So, and if you have questions at all, just ask, because I do know some people are newer, and we like to help people out by learning, spreading some knowledge if someone has questions. Bring it back just a little bit there. So just hopefully find some good stuff tonight. I've had a few boxes that were not great. I know that Pa did mine on his channel, and Red opened it. And I was traveling that day, so I wasn't able to watch, but I went back and watched. And it was a box that was the same that I think it was for Mike? Someone, I can't remember. So the runner at the bottom, yep, that has my just information, emails, things like that. So a $25 hunt, you get the everything that you find in the box. In that coin pack, I have pennies and nickel coin packs, and then everything here. A $10 no frills is no guaranteed coins, but I do give everything that we find in the box. And if your box is really crappy, I think it was, can't remember who I did it for, but it was not a very good box, so I did throw a couple extras in just to kind of make up for it. So I stream every Monday and Thursdays usually, unless something comes up with like basketball or something for the kids. I think in 2 weeks they have a game on Thursday, so I might have to change that one. I'm sure you have it. Did you need any 2025s, new Marshall? I got a 25D. That's about all I ever come across are Ds. But if you do need one, let me know. I think I've sent some to you, but I do try to pull them out for people that need them. Only the P sent it. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was gonna say I thought I'd send a D. I never find any P's, but well, I find P's, but they're in the freezer, and I doubt you want those. Well, first roll. And you'll see KJ put up year guesses. So once he puts that up, you can throw in the year that you think it is. You can use just 2 digits, or if you want to put all 4, either way is good. And then, like I said, whoever's closest will get their name on the wheel. So the more finds we get throughout the night like this, the more names go on the wheel. And if there's lots and lots of names, or lots of good finds and stuff, then we'll give a couple of them. Also, I do giveaways at 25 likes, 50 likes. Never hit 50, but maybe one of these nights we will. But when we hit 25 likes, we'll do giveaways, and you get to choose a round. It shows that there's 18 people in here and only 4 likes. Boy. A 94. Usually, just to kind of give you a heads up, flip mode, because you'll probably want to change it. Usually I only put them up if they're 50s or older, but I do throw once in a while a 60s or 70s, something like that. A 19 likes, okay. That's good to know. Oh, that's because I'm on the wrong screen. I do have it on live chat, so I remembered to do that time, this time again. Let me do this, and there we go. That's what I was looking for. All right. So yeah, usually it's the 50s or older, but like I said, once in a while I'll throw it in. But if you want to change your guess flip mode, you're welcome to. Give you a few seconds to do that if you would like. And then usually someone will throw a stop sign up, and if I turn it over and then it comes in after, too bad. If you get it in, even though it might be a stop sign, as long as I haven't flipped it, I still usually let you in. Hey, welcome Tim Irons. I got a 67. Okay. Now this one, all right. I'm just going to do this to throw this on here. Do you notice the mint mark? It is an S. And I think we found a key date. A 39S is a key date. Congratulations, first roll. Already got a key date on. It is a mintage of 6.63 million. So 1939 San Francisco key date. There you go. So that is stuff that we look for. Right now I know we have a bunch of people that guess like 39s and stuff, so right now they are the correct date, but you never know. We could find buffaloes. I've had nights where we found 3 buffaloes. If it's a dateless buffalo, I let people guess the date and then I let everybody in, so I don't tell you beforehand if it's dateless or not. Alright, so there you go. 39 San Francisco key date. And let's see what the names were. We had someone put something in. Looks like Garrett. Okay. Let's say 39. It would have been Garrett at 53. So there you go. Never been so wrong, but so right. And it's not too bad. Not, totally slick or anything. So I'll always take a key date to start the rolls off. That was roll 1. We're now on roll 2. One down, 2 more to go for the trifecta. Welcome, Otis. It's nice seeing some new names in here. I got to get with B-Waller76 and find out if he had given away that no frills hunt, because I had fallen asleep that night. He did? Okay. I'll have to get with him and find out who it was and get them set up for one of the nights. Hey, welcome, Curtis. Not a problem. Jumping in and saying hi is always great. Looks like we're almost at 25 likes. That'll be a good start to the night. Hey, BH. I saw your package was delivered. Hopefully everything was good. Is it a rotation error or me being cross-eyed? For the key date, I kind of put it in the flip a little bit different, but yeah, it's good. We also pull out any 64 Ds. Look for D over Ds. And if it's one of those that we can't tell if it is or isn't, but we think it might be, I still send it to you. $39. Yep. No, it. If you're looking at it like this, I just put it in the flip a little bit crooked. But good asking, because I didn't even notice it if it was. Oh, I do have a new thing up here. So I'm putting those fines up on the board. Figured to see how that kind of goes and see if you guys like the tracker up at the top there. Mr. Fancy. Hey, JC likes Pam. Welcome. My screen usually shows one behind, and I show 24 likes, so I'm guessing we're probably at 25. But I'll let one of you guys tell me. I don't know why it always does, because people say it's 25 and mine shows 24. And it's like, interesting. It's 25 for you? Okay. That is good to know. Finish that roll and I'll throw this on. Halfway there. 3 months ago I was at 400 hours and I think with the last stream, it should bump it right under 14 or 1500. So I'm looking at probably 3 to 4 more months, depending on if my viewing stays about the same. If I get new people and more people watch, obviously it goes up. Exclamation GAW, for those that are new, will get you into the drawing. This one is a live drawing. Throughout the night I do live draws. But again, if you do get the Wheel of Name winner, you don't have to be live to get it, but you do still have to email me what you would like. So I figured he did, but I had taken some meds that must have kicked in sooner than usual. So, like I said, I thought he was going to do it, and I woke up and stream was over, so I'll get with him and find out who it was. Hey, welcome David Canham. You're welcome to get in on the drawing. Doing a 25 like giveaway. We're on roll 4, so that's not a bad start to the night. Put myself in view a little bit better there. And it is just exclamation GAW, and that gets you in for the giveaway. I'm sure most of you had seen it, but when you win, I'll send you a copy of that. Just email me and say, can I get a copy? And I'll send it to you. And then That way you can look at it more closely and let me know what you want. The last one I think it was the last box we searched. We found a 2024, a 2009, 2 Canadian, 640s, 450s, a dateless Buffalo, and 3 War Nickels. Hey, Isaiah Moses, welcome. Exclamation GAW if you haven't entered. It's going to say it's going to close, but usually it closes before it's actually done. So I'll give you another little bit. That way it goes to actually 0. We'll start getting this one ready. All right, closing entries. Go over to my monitor here. We've got 16 entered. And as usual, instead of picking our nose, we're going to pick a winner. JC likes Pam. Congratulations. Got Mike and 74 Deeds. I see you're low on point, well, new on points, so I'm going to give you some there. So, Mike Badger, you now have points. 74 Deeds now has points. Congratulations. I did get some more in, but I haven't got them like put on or anything because some of them will come off. But if you do want extra ones, like for example this, I ended up getting almost an entire tube of these Donald Trumps with an eagle on the back. Honor, courage, integrity, perseverance, vigilance. So if you do win, you're welcome to buy extras. Not just those, but any of them. Hey, welcome, Video Gamer. I think we're about ready to choose the year. Hey, Fervitz Finds, welcome. Hard to tell. I usually find them in auctions. That's like a miscellaneous lot. And as long as they're less than those sites, but you know. Usual price, if you're buying them single, like from AppMex or something, they're usually going to be around, depending on how many you buy, but just single rounds, you'll usually find them at $3. But did I guess the soda correctly? I think you missed my hello earlier. Did you Mountain Dew Spark? If it was. Thank you, VMC. We've got a, well, it doesn't want to focus, so we'll try it this way. 1954. It's like a raspberry lemonade flavor. There, that looks a little better. It looks like someone said Garrett. Man. Thank you guys for watching that for me. Makes it easy if I'm told. And if like you were tied with someone and we missed you, just let me know and we'll get you on the wheel also. I don't want to skip anybody out. It's once in a while someone's name and whatever is kind of shortened, so it just kind of gets bypassed over by accident. So, and if I put someone else wrong and then it's, oops, this person's on, I just leave your name on. I don't take your name off. I picked up 6 boxes of halves from between both banks. The one had the 4 and the other one actually got 2 in. And 3 of them were brand new 2024s. I've had about 15 or so this year. Last year I had 26 straight 2024 boxes. It's kind of getting a little discouraged there. But this year not too bad. So if you're new and it doesn't let you have points, usually you have to be in for like 5 minutes before, I think it's 5 the system makes you do. Something like that. But if you've been over that, tag me or the mods and we'll get you set up with extra points. I'm guessing that was JC. And if that is a little bit fuzzy or anything, JC, let me know. I can send you a different one that has a little better resolution, but it's a different format. And when I send them an email, a lot of times it throws the pictures all over different places. So usually you have to download it to actually get it to see what numbers, and like I said, better resolutions, yeah, zoom in closer type thing, but it doesn't like to be sent through email. And you can also ask for a close-up of one of them. The Trump, I think it's number 25. I don't have that one anymore, but I did get those other Trumps, which were this one. So that is the one that I've got to replace it with. And like I said, if you want any extras, let me know. I can sell them to you. If you just want a single, hey, Larry Downing, welcome. If you want just a single, for for shipping and everything, I can do it for about $5. I don't make hardly anything on it. Not really doing it to make money. But if you already have one, shipping, of course, goes down the more that you buy, because then you can add more to it. And actually, we've got a second one to guess also after this, so... I have found proofs. I haven't found one lately, I don't think, but I have found proofs. So I also look for those. That's why I always flip all of them over to look at the mint mark also. Even though some of them, it's like you can tell are newer. I've had some that because of the wear, you would not have realized it was a nickel except for the mint mark, or a proof except for the mint mark. Don't find too many proof nickels, but I do come across them once in a while. I find buffaloes and war nickels a lot more than I do proofs. See, we got 53, 57, 52, 5, 47, 54, 40, 56, 57, 64, and 48. So quite a few guesses there. It's a Denver, and it is out of... At first, I had thought it said 39, but it is a 5. So another 50s. There you go. Let me get this updated. Come on. There we go. And thank you, KJ. I was going to see if anybody had thrown that up there. And Smoker. I'm gotta check to see if Maple Leaf had sent me an email. I didn't see one from him, but I wasn't sure if he was waiting for when I got my new rounds in. So I'll have to check with him. So if you see him, let him know. I'll finish this roll up and then we'll flip it. So you got a little bit of time, not too much, because I'm about 2/3 of the way through. Got about 5 more coins left, so you got about 10 seconds. Okay. And you'll want to see this one. It's an S. And guess what? It's your second 39S keyed 8. So We'll get that one flipped up for you. And copper round number 2. All right. I did get a little bit smarter about it, and I now have them in this, and so now I can just go number 1, number 2. And number 2, it looks like, is Santa 2024. So JC, we got you on that. Let me do the update on that, and that's what I like to see. And someone said, I think it was Otis. Was that correct? Yep, Otis. And I've got even more. I just, like I said, I don't have room to put them on, and as ones come off like that one, I'm going to replace them and put them back on. Actually, the one was delivered Saturday, so I got called in right as it said it had been delivered, so I stopped and picked it up and opened it at work, and everybody's like, what are you doing? I'm like, going through my new copper rounds. So they started asking me questions, and I was like, this is what I do, and I need to replenish some. Can't believe 2 39Ds. I haven't found one yet. Actually, they're 39Ss. But I think it'll be a pretty decent box. If you're finding a 39 in the first roll and a 39 in the 8th roll, that's 2 out of every 4 rolls, which is a 25% roll. It'd be nice if it continues throughout the box, but hey, you never know. 39D is actually lesser mintage. 39D is 3,514,000, and a 39S is 6.63 million, so not quite twice as many. Hopefully we come across like a big collection dump and find buffaloes and V-nickels and war nickels and fun stuff. Yeah, both of them were. That one wasn't as good, but still not too bad. I mean, they're not slick, so that's basically a plus in my book. Love to give away a bounty, and not the quick picker upper. I know. I do my dad jokes because I'm a dad. I think the minimum to bet, I think, might be 1,000, Larry. I think minimum bet. I'll have to check and maybe change it to 777. Just watch 50D in the next roll or two. That would be awesome. I have found 50Ds. I think I've actually only found one 50D, not 50Ds, plural, just 50D. I know I found one, but I can't remember if I found 2 or not. So yeah, I figured we'll kind of play with the tracker and see how that goes and get your guys' opinion if you like it or not. I think it'll be good so that people can come in and they can kind of see what we've been finding instead of always have to recap. I've only found one 50D. Yeah, I think it's only one that I have found. I did find a 55 Philly when I bought some more buffaloes, and it came with some just regular just some regular nickels also, and was just going through them, and there was a 55 Philly in there. I was like, hey, semi-key date, I'll take it. Got them from AppMex because I bought them there before, and they usually have pretty good ones, but I also picked up, no, I wasn't low on V-nickels, but I got, some just so I had them. And two of them were gold-plated. And they do have cents on it, so it's not like the ones that were trying to be a counterfeit gold one, but... Ooh. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that they had the gold ones in there, but it was like, that's cool, I'll take it. You had a black edge in this roll that I had just opened up, but it's only a 66. At first I thought it was going to be a war nickel, possibly. Let's see, we'll get the last few guesses in, and then we'll flip it. Sorry, it's out of focus again. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it's fine and then just goes bloop. Thank you, VMC. It is a Denver, and it's 54. And let's see. Tim, okay, great. Tim and Chris. Sounds good. Nice on a pickup of 2 names on that one. Another 64D. We've only got 5 of them so far, so tonight hasn't been a super big amount, but sometimes they find a bunch at one time, like in a few rolls. Sorry, it's out of focus. Come on. I'll just hold it up higher for a little bit. I always find like 5 per roll of the 64Ds. They all look brand new as well. Usually the ones I find aren't like brand new looking, but when I do find one, I'm like, I can almost guarantee you it's not going to be a 50 or a 64D. It's kind of irritating that it's keeps unfocusing. Yeah, we'll see. There we go. Because I'll look up and it'll be fine, and then I look up again and then it'll be blurry. Actually, I'm going to write I figured I'd write myself a note to email Blaine and ask who the winner was. Found a lot more 2025s lately. This box has probably had about 10 of them. Yeah, so if you ever do a box and no frills, or even a regular, usually no frills, it's just whatever's in the thing. But if it's a crappy box, I try to at least throw something in, like I did the other night. I threw a V and a buffalo in because I want you to at least feel that you get your money's worth. Figured I would take tomorrow off so I can make a birthday cake for my son. He's going to be 13 on the 3rd, but we'll do probably just like a party here, hopefully. The day before. Actually, I'm gonna Send a text real quick. Bear with me. Sorry. Figured I'd send a text to their mom and say, here's what I'm thinking the plan is. So glad I blocked Streamlabs for when watching live streams. Blocked it? They can't yell at me as much anymore. I had one, I think it was Nightbot or something, and I'd even like completely uninstalled it and it would still pop up crap during the stream. It's like, knock it off. The weekend wasn't so bad for call, but Saturday, yeah, for me it was Nightbot. Streamlabs didn't have any problems, but it was Nightbot. But Saturday I was there for 12 hours straight. Didn't get called at all Friday night, which is absolutely unheard of, almost. And then Sunday I was there a few different times. And then called for the next one to come take over. Because they used to change like in mid-shift, and it was just kind of at the point I was like, why don't we just stay on the schedule like the nurses and doctors and do it at 7 like everybody else does? So then they started doing that and worked out great. Yeah, the weekend there ended up being a couple different car accidents. One of them was up on Cedar Mountain, I guess, and that's up by Bryan Head, kind of ski place. I guess they've been getting quite a bit of snow up there. We haven't gotten anything down here. It was, when it was snowing, it was getting some rain, which was nice. I also looked for the 75D high D, but this is not one. So for those that are newer in here, I do look for that also. So yeah, usually every year I make a cake and Hey Scott, why'd you change your name, LOL? I'll let you finish up this one, and then we've got another one to choose, or guess. Hey, Maple Leaf. Now, if I'm looking at this right, it's an S. But it's a 48 this time. And a 48S is a semi-key date. But how do you like them apples? In case anybody's newer, Mike Badger, you might want to change your date. Buffaloes will be at least into the 30s. I think it's 38 or older, or is it 37 or older? I can't remember. There's the semi-key date. And then we'll get names. Let's see. I think someone was putting them on there, but New Marshall. I'll throw Maple Leaf because I hadn't flipped the year yet before he came in. It's just New Marshall, I think. Yeah, I'm one of those. Even though it might be stop, as long as I haven't like flipped it like on that, I still let people in. So Tim Ivan says he owns 2 Buffalo Nickels. New Marshall now has 3 tonight because he has the coin pack that had 2. Mike says, I've got to refresh. My internet's too slow. I do have it on super low latency, so it's usually about a second or so delay. And this one does not have a mint mark, I don't believe, but we will just double check. Wrong one. So it's a Philly. And I did see a date. A 1926 Buffalo Nickel. So 26 has now become quite, probably knocking a lot of people out. I think New Marshall had 27. Right now, I think no matter what, he's going to win. Let's see. So the names, who was it? New Marshall? And since I already know that you are the closest for oldest date, I'm just going to throw that on there now. KJ had 30. Yep. Oh. Sorry, just texting their mom back. So New Marshall, I've now put you on the wheel for the oldest guess. Because no matter what, you are the winner of that. Because you had 27, KJ was the next at 30. Very first coin I ever found as a kid on the family farm, Buffalo Nickel. Buffalo, now do it again. Do it again. Yes, sir. The only way I'll get more Buffalo Nickels is to win one. I've been 100% wrong so far today. Well, that just means you're just getting all the bad guesses out of the way and getting ready for the good guesses. We're only on roll 18 right now. Actually 18 and a half. Yeah, that's kind of what we're here for. Just, you know, have fun, and as people get to know each other, you know, they kind of rib them a little bit. And that's true. It only does take one. I've had nights where people have their name on one time and they win. And other times people have their name on 10 times and they don't win. Fervid says a 1737 BC. Sounds good. I have ancient coins, but I've never found an ancient coin. Yeah, I think Fervid might be the closest. I was beginning to wonder because we had the 39s and then the 50s, and then we finally pulled a 48, and then we pulled a 20s. So now you have a 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s with 2 key dates and semi-key date. One of them a buffalo. I'm trying to get on the wheel for the oldest guess. Just want to look at something here real quick. It's a Buffalo's 26 San Francisco for the semi-key date. I thought there was a 26, but I was like, I don't think it's so. There was, but it's a 26S instead. Because that would have just been going along with the night, you know, find a key date, semi-key date Buffalo. That would have been awesome. All right, I was going to say, I opened up that roll, so now I think we can probably guess. I don't know. It's a D, and it's a 59. And I don't think anybody got it exact, but there it is. 54, 55, 57, 58, 58, 58. So it looks like the 58s are the winners. I got Tim, Wild, and Deeds. Congratulations, you three. $75D, but it's a low D. Yep. We had 3 that time, so. Dagnabbit. I'm still tied with Vinny for no correct dates. Roll 20 done. And I usually do try to look at the ends when I pull them out of the box just to see if there is an ender. I've never had like a buffalo ender, but I do try to flip them and look at them before I open them. And I doubt we'll get there, but if we do get a 50 likes, I think I'll do a special 50 like giveaway. Because it'll be my first. Now, gonna get serious with some really good nickels. Absolutely. I was worried about having to make the fines box tabulation thing. I don't know why I paused on that word. I was worried about it not showing up, but I think it shows up pretty fine. So. It's 16 here in Minnesota with 6 inches of snow on the ground. Want to trade? No. That's the one thing is I grew up in Wyoming and loved it, but it's not the cold that I hate, it's that wind. It grinds you down, wears you down. I don't know if they could pay me enough to go back there. Oh, obviously they could, but yeah, people think it's cold. It's like it's not the cold. It's the wind. Casper is one of the windiest spots in the nation. No snow, but it's on the way. Our place goddamn tent for man to live. Well, at least this man. We get that wonderful humidity in the temps. Let's go cold. It's 15 with a minus 25 wind chill. Yeah, that sounds about right. Might snow tonight. Speaking in wonder, last night it was kind of getting quite chilly and it was kind of stormy looking, but no snow. See, it's one of those things I can do the cold, even the heat, like, you know, Arizona and here and Nevada, stuff like that. But it's the humidity I can't stand. I cannot stand humidity. And some people like the humidity, but yeah, me, no thanks. I give up. My internet won't keep up tonight. I've had nights where, ow, it just doesn't like me. Hey, Jolly Roger. Good evening. Since we do have some kind of newer people, if you want to throw !me, you can get your channel link if you provide content and look for subscribers. If you throw !me, it throws that up there so people can go visit and subscribe. Hopefully you've subscribed and turned on bell notifications for me. I always try to at least sub to everybody that needs subs. I've gone 10 boxes of silver dime, or 10 boxes of dimes without any silver dime or foreign. I have had absolutely 10 boxes straight of skunk dimes. Usually I would at least find one about every 2 boxes. Foreigns were about average of 1 a box. But the bank had begged me to take their extra dimes, so I did that, and all of them have been crap. Yeah, I've only got some of my rounds in. Of course, some of them are just duplicates of ones I have and give away often. Others were never had this one before. But yeah, if you guys ever want any, I basically sell them as long as it covers my shipping and my cost. You can buy them. And obviously if you buy multiples, shipping, it's once you get 2 of them, it's like $5 shipping, and you can throw extras in for extra or no extra shipping. Larry Downing says, "What's that now?" So if you want any of those, you can always email me and I'll send it to you. But if you're already getting them or whatever. Hey, B. Waller, I was just talking about you earlier. I had fallen asleep. I had taken some meds that finally actually worked, and ended up falling asleep before the end of the stream, so I didn't know who had won. Because no one's emailed me saying, hey, I went on B. Waller's. Let's see, they could have had a box like this. It's kind of a crazy box. I fell asleep in my truck for a few. Yeah, it's one of those that just sometimes they kick in a little quicker than I expect. I have a new one that... Anyone know how to get a hold of Remy? Not me. Is that who won? Yeah, I would probably wait till North Dakota also, or to go to North Dakota in the summer also. Hey, welcome, Gatita. About done with this roll, so get your guesses in if you want to guess. But yeah, see, I'd even written a note to email you about that. It's a D mint mark. Thank you, BMC. 57. And let's see who won. Go back up to the names. Got 59, 56. Smoker got 57. I think it's just Smoker. Now this one has an ender, but the date was up, so which is why I did not show you guys. So we were talking about that earlier, that I look for the enders, but like I said, on this one it was a date up, and I'd rather put a date down and let you guys guess. And tonight, my drink is Mountain Dew's Spark Zero. Raspberry lemonade flavor. A 39. You never know. It could be. Ew. That's all I drink is zeros. I did pick up Shirley Temple Zero. It's a whatever the flavor, Shirley Temple cherry and pomegranate. The Zero made it. Oh, the Zero made it do. Thank you, VMC. This is a Philly, and it is a 46. I was going to say, I don't think we had a pile for 46 yet because it's a semi-key that we had. Technically the 40s are 2, but I keep those separate. I am just opened on roll 29, and let's see who got it. 48. I think 48's the closest. Maple, Gatita, and Otis. Okay. Thank you. I actually found quite a few 64s that are Philly tonight. Someone yell at me if I'm wrong. I'm just going by what I see. Once in a while you get someone that's like, it's this person, and someone else is like, no, it's this person. And I've done that where I'll see like one person, but I don't see a different person. But I just don't see people, so dead people at least. Because I see people, sometimes, unfortunately, they're idiots. Still batting 0. Well, you never know. You might become like Gatita and guess them all right all the time. And yet he still sees me for now. A lot of people have that ID. Yeah. Identity. Yeah. First I was like ID, and I'm like, oh, identity. Sometimes you just have to shake your head at people and go, what the hell? Sometimes you need to just put people in a tent and roll them down a hill. But unfortunately, they don't like you doing that. Man, this roll's had about 5 2025s. I'm going with 50D. Hey, I'm going to be wrong. Big wrong this time. Hey, you never know. Doesn't say there is a mint mark. So we'll it's a D. There we go. VMC, thank you. 59. Quite a few 50s tonight, but and let's see who had 59. Anybody? Bueller. 57. Is that all I'm seeing? Is 57 is closest? Yep. That's all I see. You got one. Like I said, you never know. And that one could be the winner. Oh, I posted a post for her. That's about all I can find. Yeah, I was going to say, you can always post and, tag her. And you can always tag me too. And let's see, what is this one? No, that's right. It's kind of a dirty, ugly one, but I can't talk about people like that. I can, but it's not nice. No, the nickel is dirty and ugly. As I said, I still have a AFSP donator that I haven't ever heard from, so right now I'm just kind of like, well, if they ever finally contact me, I've sent a few different emails from different addresses, and the one that Pa had sent to everybody that was part of it, and then I also sent it from my Dad Hunts Coins channel email. I changed my number. Watch, it would be the one I should have guessed the same. You changed your number? Very true. So you might want to change your number, Larry. Because a 44 would be a war nickel, and there is no mint mark at the top. It is on the side, which means it's at least a 46 or newer. I'll open up this roll, and then we'll guess the next one. So, Larry, if you want to change... Oh, you did. Okay. It can't be a 39. Driving and not thinking. Got a stop sign there. We'll focus. But it is a Denver, so it is not going to be a 39S or a 48S. It is a 54. So we got another 50s. I'll change this and then see who won. And Larry and Wild. There you go. No, we try to make it good for everybody, so. If I would have actually looked and saw it, but you know, opening coins at the same time. Just like if it's a war nickel and someone puts, you know, 1950. It's like, well, you might want to change it. I was wondering if we were going to come across one of these tonight. No 9. Thank you, VMC. It's a Denver, and it is a 57. Oh, if I don't drop it. And I think it was, I saw KJ with 57, I believe. Is there anybody else besides KJ? Cool. So I've got you on there. Well, he's only now finally started getting them right. That's kind of weird. It seems like an 09 I find almost every box. I was beginning to wonder. I was like, we're on roll 33 and I still haven't found an 09? I can understand the 24s. Yeah, it kind of happens sometimes too. I'll just sit quietly and wait for the next buffalo. Very good. I was going to say, with 2 key dates and a semi-key date and a buffalo, you would think it'd be a V and a war nickel too, but no, nothing. don't think we'll get to 50 likes, but if we do, I have a special one. I'm playing for Jim Thompson now. If I'm right, it goes to him. Anybody's welcome to do that. I've had people do that before, donate it to someone else. You'll maintain your perfect score of 0. I think you're 0. $64 Denver. Thinking this weekend I might have to make some more jam. Made strawberry pear for Pa and mixed berry for Grammy. So I'm thinking this time I might make a peach strawberry. My daughter likes the peach, or the strawberry pear. Because she had a... I don't think it was a PBJ, I think it was just a J. But I was like, I've got different jams, and she goes, which ones? I'm like, the ones that I've got plus these. I want to open this year's apple butter. I've never made apple butter. The last 2 days I've just been staring at nickel to fill my album. So anyway, I was just sitting there and kind of thought, maybe is strawberry peach? To me it sounds good anyway. I've made all kinds of concoctions. The one that always throws people off is beet. Yes, B-E-E-T. It does not taste like beets. So, growing up, we'd always label it B, just the letter B, and people would always think it's mixed berry. Or a berry jam or something. But it's actually jelly. Number 2. 09. I did try to make I can't remember, I think it was a passion fruit. Doesn't seem right. But it did not turn out. So the jam did not jam, but mixes well to make like glazes and stuff for like pork. I've used it in homemade barbecue sauce and, you know, for pork ribs and stuff, and it's good. Hey, Ashland, Oregon Auctions. Welcome. As you can see, we've been having a pretty good box here. And New Marshall was a last-minute donator, and I think he made a good decision on that. And get your guesses in. I'll go through this roll of nickels, and then we'll flip it. That's right, AOA. You can always throw exclamation me AOA if you want to put your channel link. Anybody can do that. If you haven't seen AOA, check him out. He has a fun channel. Hey, Bellows is in here. Cool. I got half a roll, so finish your guesses up. Jolly Roger's got a cooking channel, so if you haven't checked his out, do that. Hey, thank you, BMC. It's a Philly out of 52. So another 50. Hunt continues. Yep. Thanks for stopping in. Had 157 people pass through and only 32 likes. As it goes along, I'm sure more will come in, you know, throughout the... Oh yeah, sorry, forgot that. Thank you. Who was it? Jim Thompson? Just that? Yep. Cool, cool. That's the nice thing, is you can steal someone else's answer because many people can win the same date. Won't be a date with me because I don't have a life except for YouTube. Just make sure. Yep. Oh, come on. And I did get some few new subs from B. Waller when he did the giveaway. So thank you for doing that. Yeah, like I said, once you get any info, either have them or you or both, whatever. Yeah, I had totally fallen asleep that night and woke up, the stream was over, and I was like, oh man. So I did not see who it was. And I didn't go back and watch it yet either, but yes, there you go. Let's do throw your channel in there. Just I hope that's the right link. Got a D. We finally got a second one from these years. It's a 41. Beginning to wonder if we were ever going to find any more 40s. And like I said, I keep those separate from the key dates and stuff. I always put those as separate ones. So. Let's see, 41. Where did we start? There we go. And Nona's in the 40s. Let's see, 54, 54, 53. Yeah, looks like deeds. Congratulations. Yeah, I've come across lots of 25s, but they've all been D. It's about all I ever find in this area are Ds on things like that. Well, that's kind of typical. If you're out west, you find more Ds, sometimes S's. If you're back east, you find more P's. But again, I find P's in my freezer. Find a silver one, I have a better odds of getting it. I like fresh and frozen peas, but canned peas, no thanks. I still haven't found a 2023 pea penny. I might have a 23P, it won't be the extra V, but I might have one. Although I don't have pennies anymore, but let me just check real quick. those ones, so. I thought I had some, but I'll have to see where I put them. I do have some, I know a roll of 23s, but I don't want to open a roll. Because I think they're 23s. Hey, Lyle Okmoto, welcome. I think it was a 23 Philly that he's looking for. That's why I was asked if when I come across these like a 25, they're all D's, but no, I mean you. I don't know which one. I think it was you that sent them to me. I have them somewhere, I just don't know off the top of my head where they're at. Actually, you have one roll. If you want to open them, I'll send you another. Was it D? Okay. All I saw was there were 23s. I didn't see what mint mark. Let me check one other thing here. Ow! I'm okay. Actually, I do have a couple rolls. That's Denver. At least I think it's Denver. No, the knife didn't get him. I just stepped on a empty tube of, or a tube, not an empty tube, a tube of. Yeah, those 24s, not 3s. My bad. No, there is a 3 in there. Denver. 24. 24. I have 23Ds and 24s, but not the PE. Yeah, I'll look through them and later, but I have a bunch that I haven't like put away. I've just had from back when I had pennies. That sometimes I throw those new ones into a box and go through them later, and I'm sure I have some. I was thinking those rolls that I had were 23, but 24s and a 23D. Yeah, you can send a few coins with just a stamp. It's pretty easy. You can always either put them in a little coin envelope like that. You can put them in a plastic bag and tape it to like a card or letter. Hey, John Jacobs, good to see you. Ah. And if you ever need 25Ds, like I said, I've got quite a few. Hey, can you show the date so we all win? Got a nasty green one. And at first I was like, I don't think it's a silver. And it's not. It's just a nasty 06. And the green one's a 14. It's getting close to 8. Did I win? But yeah, if you need, it's that time again. Nighttime meds. Take care. Safe. God bless. And you too. I had a frustrating day at work, and the system we use for our counting stuff, boom, Bellows Forge got 3 money bags. I was originally going to take Wednesday off, but then I was like, wait a minute. Wednesday's my son's birthday, but they'll be here on Tuesday because they'll celebrate at his mom's house on Wednesday. I usually take the day before or after. So they'll just ride the bus to grandma's and yeah, if you guys need any 25Ds, let me know. I'll pull them out and I can send one to you. news trailer. Maybe announce this over 23 penny. I'd love to do that. That's one thing I wish I could get is pennies, but I got one box, but I'm saving that for my kids. Still got to do something with my 25 D nickels. I haven't even opened the box. I've just looked through the holes. So they're still completely sealed. So yeah, if my kids call, like I said, I'll throw it on mute for a second. And that's awesome. Bellows Forge. Not the coin, just the... Remember the D. I was able to catch a little bit of pause stream on Saturday, but I was, like I said, it worked for 12 hours straight. So in between, when it was a little bit slower, I could at least watch a little bit, but they were hitting silver like crazy, it seemed. Hey, Jimmy Licari. Oh, yep, you're right. It became blurry again. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been doing that all night. It's like just fine, and then a few seconds later after I look down, it becomes fuzzy again. So thank you, Chris Helms. It's called being smart, yeah. Ah, now I'm going to find my nickel. There it is. I almost threw a nickel away, so... Thank you, BMC. We finally got another one from the 40s. It's a 46. Dang it. There we go. And 46 was Otis, you said? Okay. Congrats. Another 64 Denver. Did I get Lyle? Oh, Lyle also? Okay. I will get him on. Okay, now I've got them both on. For some reason I just saw the Otis, but that's why I have awesome guys like you. $86 Canadian cent. Leafy! It's a penny, not a cent. Says we've had 175 people pass through tonight. Actually, it just dropped to 174, so I'm not sure how you lose a view, but okay. Some are just passing through, you know, watch for a minute or something, and that's fine, but I was gonna say we got 3 more rolls to get to 50, and I highly doubt it. To Denver, and it's a 58. So another from the 50s. Ah. Chris and KJ. All right. Only 10 years off. Hey, 10 years is still better than 11. Ooh. Hey, I was 11. I'm back to my normal 3 to 5 off. 48p. Awesome. Gonna send a text real quick. Just give me a second. Once in a while they, for some reason, don't call, but school nights, it's usually right about 8, right before 8. Around, no, maybe it's 9. 9 o'clock, that's what I'm thinking. My times are all messed up after working. I got a roll today, extra long and sagging in the middle. Went to check, all wheat. Oh man. Customer wrapped or bank wrapped? I'm assuming customer wrapped. Because I don't think I've ever found an entire roll of bank wrapped wheats. Yeah, as I say, even mom and pop boxes didn't have a complete roll. I think in the mom and pop boxes I had like 20 something in one roll. Just ripping down my boxes to throw it in the cardboard box. You like beanie weenies and ramen? I think the minimum bets are 1,000 bellows. In case of if it's not gambling for you or anything. And I think the most is if you gamble all or whatever, the most I think is 100,000. I've been giving people 10 million when they start up, so if you're below that, it's probably back from when you first came in before I did that. All right, well, that box is done. Had two 2009s. We had a 58, a 52, a 57, a 54, 59, a 57, 59, a 54, 59, 54. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Was there 10? Or did I just miscount? No, there was 10. Must have forgot to put one of those up. Bad dad. Bad dad. We had a 46, a 41, and another 46. So 3 40s, yep. 1926 Buffalo. No mint mark, unfortunately. 48S, semi-key date. 39S, key date. 39S, key date. So 2 key dates, a semi-key date, a Buffalo's, a few 40s, a bunch of 50s, and 2 2009s. Now, let's go to scope. These are the 63 Phillies, so there is a TDR. Not seeing that. Nope. Hey, Vincent Caparini. Caparina, not E. These are 64 Denvers. That's probably damage. I'll look at it a little bit here in a second. I think the minimum is 1,000, John Jacobs. I can probably change it to less. Just look at one thing here. Excuse me. And this one I think is just a damage. It's got a ghost outline, but I think it's just I don't know. I'll just send it to you either way. because it doesn't look like a normal D over D. But it could be one that I'm not totally familiar with. I think it's just ghost outline, but either way, I'll just send it to you. Alrighty. Just writing the stuff down here on the fines envelope. Assuming we'll probably need 2 envelopes because these probably won't fit in just one. Nope. So, you got, it's kind of nice when you have to have a couple of envelopes. So let's do the wheel. So I'm going to come in here, type. That way I know where to start. So type in wheel if you want your name on the wheel. I got Chris Helms, Jimmy Licari, Vincent, MC, Maple Leaf, New Marshall, Otis, Bellows, KJ, Garrett, Frogman, 74 Deeds, Jolly Roger, JJ, Quinn Cody, Smoker, Lyle, hey, Copper Owl, So to go through, I think it was Chris Helms, Jimmy, Vincent, VMC, Maple Leaf, New Marshall, Otis, Bellows, KJ, Garrett, Frogman, 74Ds, Jolly Roger, Larry Downing, JJ, Coin Cody, Smoker, Lyle, and Copper Owl. Anybody else? I'll throw your name on there, Isaiah. Gatita. Renee and me. So I've added Copper Owl, Gatita, Renee and me, and Isaiah Moses. Anybody else? And while we're doing that, go ahead and start the end of stream if you'd like. I think everybody else is on, so we'll do the wheel of names. We got 48 entries tonight. Shuffle a bunch and then randomly choose. And I did get the oldest name of the oldest of the night on there. Garrett. And we'll do a second one. I think almost every time New Marshall gets a wheel or a giveaway or something when he gets a box. There was 48 names in, wow, you're on there 6 times. Very good. So Garrett, New Marshall, I've already got JC's. And again, email me, I'll send you a copy of this. And if you're looking for something particular, I did have a bunch in, I just haven't updated it quite yet. Number 2 is gone. Number 25 is gone, but I've got a different Trump one if you want Trump. Somehow I got a whole tube of these that were sent to me. So I got a bunch of those, and I've got a bunch of Walking Liberty and all kinds of stuff. Bar. And Marshall says Trump is fine. Okay. Yeah, I've got address. I keep a list of all the addresses and stuff, so that I'm going to resume it because it says it was 30 seconds left. I'm not sure why. Let's see. What did you say it was? If so, send me an Army or Trump one. Okay. I think I did get a an Army. No, I have a Marines. So, unfortunately, I don't. So, and I'll throw those in flips and everything too. So, in fact, I've already got flips out. Yeah, we don't want crayon eaters. I'm just joking. As I say, it's one of those that you got to give Marines a hard time about eating crayons. So I've got those in flips for you. And I've got to get these new pictures and stuff. Although I did also have one that came in. It's a Morgan, but it's toned quite dark. Interesting one. And I've got a Don't Tread on Me with a toned Indian nickel front. So, got more. I've just got to get them added on. So, all right. We'll let Jimmy get in. I've got 20 people entered. Let's come over to here. We'll close entries. And we'll pick the industry winner. Ready? Boom. KJ! And again, email me if you want to get a picture of that. And don't know why it's blurry again. There we go. Yes, you can. Okay. Yeah, if you want to have her send it to me, that's fine. You can also, I do take checks. I just hold any fines until the check clears, or you can send cash at your own risk. But nope. I was going to say, you got your screen name and address. That's all I need on that. And then with the $25 hunt, you get to choose the either nickel or penny pack, which is in the description. So if your daughter's sending it, just let me know. I'm sure I'll recognize a $25 income in on that. But I do have PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. So if you want to stick around, I'll probably open maybe a box of halves just for fun. Yeah, no, not a problem. But that was a pretty decent box. I don't think I've ever found 2 key dates and a semi-key in one box with a buffalo, so pretty dang good. Work at 4 a.m. Yeah, like I said, I'm probably going to take tomorrow off and bake a cake and wrap some presents and that sort of thing. Yeah, I've had cash sent to me. And like I said, if you want to send cash at your own risk, if it's a check, I just hold it until it clears. 14 is fine unless you're getting any Indian head scent versions. Let's see. So I've got a couple different ones. I've got the reverse proof. I've got the regular. I think those two are the same, yeah. So I've got the regular one, proof type, and I've got the reverse Indian proof. I had to get my fiance packed enough to work. That's crazy. Was the Morgan round up for grabs? Yes. This one, the toned one. I don't know if I have a shiny one, but I do have that one. So KJ says the reverse one is fine. Okay. Yes, if Garrett doesn't want it. So I missed some of the feed. No, that's okay. A couple different options are. Garrett had chose that, but if I think he was looking for an army one, which I didn't have. But or KJ, you can get this one, which is an Indian head, but it's got Don't Tread on Me, and it's kind of toned a little bit. Also, not picking its dealer's choice. Everyone gets what they want. Yeah, he was looking for an army one, so no one's picked that one yet. But if you want it, like I said, I don't know if I have a shiny one. Since I did get an Indian head or an Indian one. Actually, I do have I also have that one. So it's those two. The back is a regular Morgan. This one's got the kind of like an American Eagle on it. You collect toned ones? Okay, I'll just send it to you. It makes it easy. I'll just put this one up here. Okay, I'll send that toned one to you then. Like I said, that Indian one's a little bit toned, so I can always hold it out and get it to you. Alrighty. Let's throw that there, make sure this is over here. since we have some time. Hey, AG. I did rip open the top of this because I thought it was all brand new, but as soon as I did, in the corner there was that one, so it's at least a little bit circulated. Probably all going to be 2025s except for that one, but I guess we'll find out. Got my package today. Will any of these be for sale? Any of my rounds? Yes. If you want single, $5 would cover postage and everything. So I'm afraid they're all going to be like this. They're all brand new. But I guess we'll find out. If you want multiples, it would be 3, and then the shipping, it would be, once you get over one of them, because it would be 2 ounces at that point, it's about $5 for shipping, but if you get multiple, I'd probably cut it down to maybe $2.50 a round. Because that's right about my cost, is $2.50. And this might be a boring little part, but so far they've all been brand new, which, like I said, most likely. It's probably the one single stupid roll. Yeah, if you're looking for certain ones, I do have a bunch. Like I said, I just don't have them on that. Let's open the circulated one first. On that sheet, but I've got all kinds of stuff coming also. Yeah, doesn't look like it, but we'll check them anyway. I think the tracker at the top, I kind of like it, but figured we'll do it a couple times at least and see what other people think. Yeah, see, so far they're still all brand new, which just means I go to the bank and dump them tomorrow. Nice, I see the list. I wish I'd gotten a second box. I get them in all the time. These were just picked up last month, so I usually get 2. I try to get 2 every pickup. Sometimes they only have 1, but I'll take what I get. Love the tracker. Saves you from playing. Find great addition. Yeah, that was kind of one of those. You know, you get people that come in, you know, throughout, and they miss some cool stuff. They can kind of look at it and go, "Oh, wow." And see, I was afraid this whole box was going to be brand new, but when I just backs the semi up to the bank and says fill her up. I wish. I went to the bank and picked up 4 halves, and they didn't have any nickels this time. And 3 of my boxes were all brand new, and this is actually the 4th. My other bank had 2, but it was the same date stamp and everything from the Loomis driver stuff. So they get them from the same shipment, so they're all from the same place. But out of the 6 boxes, it looks like 4 of them are all brand new. Which is not what I was wanting. That only leaves me 2 boxes to hunt in 2 weeks, and I usually do 2 boxes for a hunt. Tonight it was just kind of like, meh, I'll open it. Just looking for any silver or NIFC. Usually on my circulated boxes, I average 18 NIFCs a box, and that's not just 2018s either. But my average is 18 NIFCs a box. Excluding brand new boxes like this, I am up to 0.7 a box for silver. Although the one that I was hunting the other day, an 82S proof commemorative, 90% silver, 4.89 million minted. Never found one of those before. It was also in a roll with another 90% too, also. Let me change out this bag. I already had a bag that I was going to dump, but it only had 1 box of halves that I've been opening. Is the NIFC the same as a proof? No. NIFCs are just not intended for circulation, so they like go in, you know, collectors, mint sets, things like that. Proofs are special dies that usually the back is shiny with the head being like frosted. So if you kind of look at that one, you can see it's kind of hard to tell, but the back is shiny and that is frosted. Same thing with that. The building is frosted, the back is shiny. This one is not great condition because it's totally circulated, but you can still kind of tell. NIFCs are 2002 through 2020. So anything from 2002 to 2020 is a NIFC, and also 1987 are NIFCs also. So 87 and then 02 to 20. Easy to remember because I remember the 02, flip it around, you got 20. Yeah, maybe the presidential ones. I've never really followed those ones. But I think with those ones it might be 2012 and newer. I've been offered boxes of them, but I just they don't interest me. I never find anything in. So it's like, and the coin machine half the time counts it as a quarter. So I learned when I stuck like 10 of them in and only 7 got counted. I'm like, seriously? Although when I went and dumped this last time, I had a bunch of nickels and halves, and somehow it counted some pennies in there also. And I didn't have any pennies in there. Yeah, this entire box is brand new except for that one stinking roll. Although maybe we'll do a live stream of halves sometime. I can rip open a box pretty easy. A nickel cheat sheet? Sure. And in case if you are wondering what that is for you other people, I sent all these to Larry. The nickel cheat sheet has send my key and key dates at the top, and then just some of the years that if you're going through like D over S, inverted, type 1s and 2s and stuff. Got the dimes, pennies, wheat pennies, clad quarters, silver quarters. So that's what I have, and then the whole file has all of them. So let me just write that on there so I don't forget, KJ. Cheat sheet. Yeah, that's what I did, is use the laminator at work and did those. Yeah, the dimes, the 96S or the 96W is an IFC. Yeah, I remember on nickels, like most of the regular, like the 63, 64, well, 63 Philly, TDR, 64 D over D, the 75 high D, and then other than that, it's just a couple like the Buffalo and Peace metal one. That are on there, but the other ones are just for anything. Mike, it's exclamation me. So exclamation ME, and that will give you the link to your channel. Let me do this for you too. There you go, Mike. It looks like you forgot the exclamation. And who knows, maybe that oldest coin guess was New Marshall's winner. It should look like that, Mike. So you put the exclamation and ME, no spaces. So it says exclamation ME, and then it will pull your channel link over. There you go. All right, so I've got New Marshalls. We got KJ, need a cheat sheet. Garrett, JC likes Pam. Yes, Larry, I will see if I can get a hold of him. I don't know if I've had him. Let me pull it up real quick and see. Maybe not. I thought maybe he had won in the past, but I'm not seeing him on my regular list. But that was last updated 2 weeks ago, which is weird. Let's see if... Nope. Let me see if this one is better. Don't you mean much gooder? And no, I'll have to look. Let's see if... I don't know. I'll have to look. Let me do that. There we go. Anyway. I got a do years ago. Compound between the eyes. Ouch. Let's make an unboxing of the nickels I got from you. I saw the post. I think it was yours. Someone had tagged me that they had copper rounds or something, so I can't remember if it was you or someone else, but yeah, like mail calls and stuff. I love seeing those things. I should do more for when I get them, but sometimes it's like one little thing, and so I kind of forget until after it's done. But yeah. So if 74 Deeds, I got your email about that. Cool. Yeah, if you want other rounds, extra rounds, like I said, I'm willing to work out something, see what kind of deal we can make. I've got plenty of many of them. Some of them I got 1, some of them I got 20. So let's go to the finds and go like that. Now it's cleared for next time. Awesome, Renee. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Like I said, either way, I'm good with, any type of thing. Like I said, I've had cash sent to me, so anything's good. But yeah, if you want extra rounds, I've got those. I've got all kinds of stuff. If someone wants the one I have give them, just throw it in one you like.
Your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular device. Your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
Yeah, I let my kids pick their ringtones, and that was what my son chose for his. And it's a little loud, but I also have my phone as high as it goes because half the time I don't hear it. That's why I have kind of loud ringtones. The best is my alarm. There it is. Yes, that was my favorite show growing up. Fraggle Rock. And that's actually loud enough that I can hear that too. The other is too young for. Yeah, I let them. They have a Gizmo Watch thing, so it's not a phone, but it lets them make phone calls to like family and certain people. MTN, yeah. I was not one that wore ear protection when I was, shooting guns in Wyoming, and I'm half deaf now. Not just from that, but that didn't help. Yeah, my daughter chose one that's something like, "Your daughter's calling. Are you going to pick up your phone?" Or something like that. Huh? What? Hmm? Yeah, Muppets are awesome. She turned 15 yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, their mom got the, oh, nice, 2020W. I was going to search that, but then New Marshall decided to have a crazy good box. So, kind of glad he did that one, I'm sure. Now I've got 2 bags. Luckily, I'll dump coins tomorrow. But I did get a couple canvas bags in. I just haven't used them yet. Those are heavy. I usually will put 2 boxes of halves into one of those bags. Hey, Nikki Silverstacker. Welcome. I'm just kind of hanging out and chilling a little bit. We finished our stream. That was what we found on our nickel box tonight. 239S key dates, 48S semi key date, 26 Buffalo, 3 from the 40s, 10 from the 50s, and 2 from 09. So, quite a few things. Stock and Waldorf. Oh, yes. It looks like we got 37 likes tonight, but does not look like we got 250. I will be streaming Thursday, 5:30. I'll probably do a box for 74 deeds. And we can just plan on that. And then, like I said, I've got the nickel and the penny pack. The nickel is the one that you saw tonight, which is the V-nickel, 2 Buffalo, dated nickels, a war nickel, and a semi, or an almost uncirculated war nickel. The penny pack is a 2-cent coin, an Indian head cent, wheat cent from 09 to 19, 2 from the 20s, 2 from the 30s, and an BU 1940 through 59, whatever it's pulled out. And I've got a whole tube of BU red cents. I put that in the top so it doesn't bang around. But I had those for my penny boxes, but I can't do pennies anymore, so I figured I'll still do penny packs for those that want penny packs. And the 2 cents, they're not like the greatest, but I do have, like some of them are, like for example, that's one of them. It's a 2-cent one. It is dated. It's a 65, I think. I was gonna say I put it in one that's dated, but Yeah, I mean, it's not super great, but still in cold condition, like on AppMix, they're like $9. I do have some that are damaged, but they are dated. Like this one's an 1880 or 18, yeah, 5, something like that. But does AG have points? Should. Let me double check. Natalie doesn't have anything but 100, so let's give her some. I'm assuming AG must, because I don't show anybody that was under 2 million. You can always do exclamation points. Wouldn't do the thing. Oh, interesting. And check out Copper Owl. He streams usually on Sundays, I think. I know I get alerts and stuff, and I'm not able to watch a lot of times, but yeah, I was gonna say you should have points if you're in there for at least 5 minutes. I think it is. It gives you the ability to do it, and it doesn't really give you any points, but I just go in and give everybody usually 10 million now that I start. So yeah, sometimes it's like you can't find it, and I've had people that wouldn't pull up even for me. I don't know what it is, but yeah, you know. Well, we had looks like 239 people passed through tonight, but only 38 likes. So that's about what, 15% like rate? Not bad. With the kids, with the bus, it's one of those that they don't let the kids ride other buses anymore. That's interesting. But if you let the bus drivers know or whatever, luckily the bus driver that goes to my mom's for their grandma is a coworker of mine. She does the call at night from midnight to 7 a.m. And then every other weekend when I'm not doing it. And so I just text her and just say, kids will ride to grandma's. So it gets around it, kind of thing. They just don't want to be letting kids ride to friends' houses and things. So it's just I guess, kind of a safety thing. Yeah. Because they used to just let them ride to their friends' houses or to, after school activities to wherever the nearest bus stop was. And who knows if it was just something happened and they changed it or if they just got ahead of it before something did happen. But that's what we used to do last year. And then this year I was told that you can't do it anymore. So I got a hold of the school and I said, that's a bunch of bullcrap. I said, you cannot tell my kids they cannot ride to my place, which is across the street from grandma's. I was like, there's no way in hell you're going to tell me that my kids cannot ride a bus. There are multiple two-parent households, many people that are divorced, and you're telling me they can't ride to their other parent? And the principal actually got a hold of me and said, no, as long as, the bus drivers know and whatever. I was like, well, that's what it was last year, but I had 3 people tell me that you guys are not allowing that. I said, so maybe you need to put something out instead of having rumors out there. And magically, they didn't have a problem with me doing it anymore. Yeah, we used to just say, hey, yeah, they can ride, but I'm one of those that I'll find out, and if I hear multiple people, not just like a kid or whatever, but multiple people saying, nope, can't do it, that's when I got a hold of the school district, and I was just like, oh, hell no. I was like, I'm sure there's some kind of law that says that would be discrimination, that you'll let them ride to moms, but you can't let them ride to dads because you're divorced. Let me think about that. Maybe that doesn't happen often, but I don't know. I'm usually civil about it. Sid, we all got the problem. The place next door to mine, I live in a condo complex. I call them apartments, but the next door is a Airbnb, and usually it's never rented out. This year it's been rented out a lot more, but I came home one night and someone was parked in my covered assigned parking. Each apartment gets their own assigned covered, and then anything uncovered is free reign. So I was like, okay, they're probably just unloading. You know, that happens. They just pull into whatever one and unload. Well, the next morning I came out and my car was covered in frost, and they're still parked there. So I took a piece of paper, just a note, this type of notepad, and basically said, in a nice way, I was basically like, you're parked in my assigned parking. I came out and I was almost late to work because my car was covered in frost. And I said, I don't know where you're supposed to park, but you're not going to be parking in my spot. And then I came home and they weren't there. So I thought, okay, maybe they were just there for one night. And then later on, I saw them parked next to me in number 7. And it was one of those that if they were still parked there when I got home, I was going to call the tow company that is allowed to come into this area, because it's a HOA. Stupid. At least I don't pay the HO fees. It's like $187 a month for a freaking condo. Anyway, I was going to call them and have them towed, but they were parked in their spot. And it's like, I'm willing to give them benefit of the doubt for the first night, but usually I'm pretty easygoing. Yeah, it's buildings of 7 or 8, and so you have the 8 condos. They're all 2 stories, and it's a private, not like gated or anything, but it's not like, even the parking lot and everything, the city has no part of it, and the neighborhood where they actually built houses is the same thing. The city will not go up there and plow the roads and everything because it's an HOA. Everybody hates them, but whatever. But the houses are like $163 a month HOA, and mine's $187, I think. And I don't pay it because I rent. And I've been here 6 years now, and they only rose my rent just this year to $1,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. And I'm on the end unit, so it's a little bit bigger than the other ones. But yeah, when I first moved to town, these things were selling for about $85,000-$90,000. Now they sell for, well, they've had quite a few listed, but a few of them are now down to $300,000. So, but at the time when I moved here, I couldn't get one. I was unemployed. So, yeah, go figure. Anyway, I'll get these done, probably sent out Wednesday, I'm guessing. Because I won't go to work tomorrow, and I usually just throw them in the outgoing mail up there. So anyway, appreciate you guys hanging. Too much. Hopefully there was more in that half box, but nope. Unable to find KJ. Interesting. Yeah, I'll stream Thursday 5:30 for 74 deeds. And I'll just plan on that, and then just whenever your daughter gets it, whatever is good. So you too, AG. Like I said, just kind of done, and someone wants to hang out, play some games, let them. It gives me a few more hours on the stream, so I guess that's the one that I'm doing it for. But no, it's also for you guys. So now I just got to update my find sheet, and yes, sir, I'm going to tomorrow. Ever do double like 2-box stream? I haven't, just because a lot of times, like right now, it's past 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and a lot of my viewers are actually in the East Coast. There's a lot in the Central time zone too, but like a lot of my giveaways go to like New York and places that are on the East Coast. It's actually weird. I've got like a bunch of them that are East Coast or New York. But I've sent to California, and I've sent to, I think it's Arizona, Colorado, Wyoming, Ohio, Arkansas, all that. But I mean, if you wanted a double box, I would do a double box, and it would half the people probably end up leaving after the first box. But I mean, if someone wants to do a double box, I'll do a double box. You can do a double box of $25, and you get a penny and a nickel pack if you want. Yeah, I do 5:30 Mountain. Usually I get done around 8:30. Because the first part, it takes a little bit to get all the drink guesses and oldest year of the box and that sort of thing. When I finish a can, I always just kind of crush it like that, so I don't pick it up and think that there's more to drink. I don't know why I started doing that a long time ago. I'd pick up a can and it would be empty. I'm like, damn it. So I just learned to kind of squeeze it, and that way I know it's empty. Yeah, you can do that, or you can do it 2 different nights, a Tuesday and a Thursday or whatever, or a Monday and a Thursday. I'm pretty easy going. Like I said, if you want 2 in one night, I'll do 2 as long as I have boxes. And right now I've got 5 more boxes, and I'll probably pick up 2 hopefully next week. My bank had said that they had ordered some nickels, but they didn't get them. So that's why I got the 4 boxes of halves. But oh, that's a diesel truck. I was like, what's whistling out there? But yeah, got plenty of new rounds in. Got a lot of them I need to get on the thing, but if you're ever looking for certain dates, I've got, all kinds of silver and stuff like barber halves. I've got my war nickels, the AU and BUs, or the AUs and just the average. I've got buffaloes. I don't have a lot of like key dates and things like that for like buffaloes and Vs, but I got all kinds of wheat cents, BU wheat cents, you name it. But anyway, that's about it. I do have some, like I said, I buy them kind of like in just lots, and sometimes, it's a random assortment, and then I get, one of them was a random assortment, and I ended up getting that with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've already given out 3, so there was 10 of these bank robber ones. I was like, to me, that's not a random assortment. That's like I'm trying to get rid of crap that I don't want. Just like with the Donald Trump, I knew there was a few, but I ended up with almost an entire tube. I was like, that's not too random when you're getting 20 out of 30 rounds or freaking Donald Trump. It's like, give me a better selection. But yeah, whatever. I buy a bunch and give them out and put stickers on them. And like I said, I got kind of smart. This is an old hot sauce bottle box. And so I've just started numbering them. So on my thing, if you choose number 1, I can just pull out number 1. I used to kind of have to go through and find them. So like tonight, I pulled out a number 2. So I'll have to replace something for a number 2. And the Donald Trump one, I can replace the Donald Trump on the thing with one of these Donald Trumps. So pretty simple. Trying to get more organized as I do it. On a few of these other ones, I got like a Mercury Dime, a Morgan, Statue of Liberty, Ben Franklin, another Walking Liberty, what's that, Seated Liberty, USS Constitution, Year of the Dragon, no idea what INRI is, but it's a Jesus one. Silver Shield. Yeah, I do have some of those like that. Oh, there's another. No, that's a barber half. That's a Zombucks. So I've got a few different ones like that. But I do have a few of them that are let me find one here. For example, the Walking Liberty, I have one in this, and I have 16 on it, but then I wrote tube, so then I can just know I can pull one out of the tube instead of having to put one back in the thing, and I can just pull one straight out of here. So that's what I do with like the Donald Trump one, is I'll put tube on it. And there's a few, I have a couple number 9s, but there's only a couple of them. So it's like I'll just put them in here. But yeah. I could do a star on the list that I send people. And KJ wanted the cheat sheet. So while I'm thinking about it right now, and not forget later, I didn't label it as cheat sheet. I labeled it as coin list for some reason. There you go, KJ. So I got that. I know you said B. Waller sent you a. Was it you that had the one that B. Waller sent you and said just send one to him? I was gonna say you can always pick another one of mine if you want to. No, I mean if you're good at doing 2 boxes, it'll be probably run from 5:30 to probably about, I'm guessing, 11. It probably would take a little less time because there'd be less guessing, but I still usually open them as I let people guess. But it takes forever for me to go to sleep anyway, even with sleeping pills, so that would be no problem with me. But yeah, if you want, just do an anonymous extra giveaway next year. Okay, I can do that. And not on weeknight, man. Make it 2 shows. Too many would miss out on either end. Yeah, I would probably have to do it. The problem is on the weekends I'm either on call, so I can't stream, or my kids are with me, and we usually have some kind of activity or something going on. Like this Saturday, my daughter's going to be dancing or something like that. So it'd be one of those, like, start it and then have just, they could go to bed and I could still be up and do it. But that's the only problem is if I wasn't on call every other weekend, I could stream like Saturday evenings. But I don't know. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to do anonymous wheel gaw. Extra so that I'll remember to do that. I started putting them in. If you're from Wyoming, you'll know what that is. Fear of the jackalope. Got a few of those. Got the Ire for Ireland or whatever it was. COVID-19 Survivor 2020 Pandemic. I got a couple of those Lincoln ones. In Weed We Trust. And Abominable Snowman. And the Jersey Devil. So I've started getting those into flips, but I just haven't got everything in, and I've got to get pictures of some of these to change out on my thing. But yeah, I picked up some of those gold foil ones, but it's one of those that see, this is my favorite, but I don't give that one out. Aztec calendar. I have a 2-ouncer, and I think I have a 5-ounce. I can't remember. I love the Aztec calendar. But yeah, I got, I think, 60 in this last week, and I'm waiting on about another 100 or so more. I do have a couple of these. That's kind of cool one. It's a pirate one. Lots of different Indian head ones. Got a colorized Mexican one. I think I have one, but yeah. I was gonna say there was 2 in that, so that's one that I thought it was a piece of 8, because you could break it in like 8 pieces or something. Got a couple of these ones. White-tailed deer, they're colorized. Liberty. It's actually 2 different kinds of Liberty ones. And I was only noticing it tonight. Basically, it's the same look. But the front, this one's matte, and this one's more shiny. I gotta feel like that, like the yeah, I'm not sure what INRI is. If someone knows, who knows? I'll have to look it up. It's not one familiar with me. Anyway. Yeah, I got a bunch of them, and like I said, a lot of them were duplicates, like the Walking Liberty ones. I got like 10 of those in between the different lots that I got. And the Trump, one of them had, I think it was a 60 coin or 60 round lot, and it ended up like 20 of them being that one Trump. It was like, at least give me a different selection of Trumps, not just one of the exact same thing. But whatever. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I have that 1 ounce, and I have a 2 ounce Aztec. This one kind of toned a little bit. It's not, shiny. You can see it's. But that came in one of my lots. I was like, sweet. So I have some that when I get them like that, it's like, nope, that one's mine. Anyway, you guys are great. I gained 3 subs, I think. Subs are always great to get, but it's not my main focus. Right now I'm focusing on the hours. I got to do some recap videos. I have a bunch that I need to edit and stuff, but I've been too busy and crazy. My kids always ask me each night, well, at least my son does, what's your sub count, Dad? So tonight I was like, it's 3,780. Last night was 3,777. Yeah, on the metrics, you have to do at least 3 video uploads in 90 days, at least 500 subscribers, and either 3,000 watched hours, which do not count shorts. It's only regular either recaps or live stream. Or instead of 3,000 watched hours, you have to have 3 million, and those 3,000 watched hours are in a 1-year period. So you can't get like 3,000 and then never worry about it again. The other one is 3 million short views in 90 days. It's like, I'm sorry, but I don't get 1 million views in a year. I have 5,000 short views. My ones that help me kind of blow up, this past July, the ones that still get hundreds of views a week are my $half bag, and it's at almost 19,000 views. Silver has a different sound. It's 14,000. Did you know some nickels contain silver? It's at 14,000. And then a handful that are like 1,500, 1,800, 2,500. But yeah, in like a 1 month period, I went from I was like right around 500 something subs, 600 to 34, 3,500. I basically gained 3,000 subs in a month. And it was just from those kind of blowing up. That was about the same time that like Pa got 500,000 views on one of his, a couple 100,000 on a different one. And that's how he went from like 20,000 to 110,000 or something like that. But I would think shorts and lives would be, yeah. Shorts, if you can do them, you know, like I said, you have to do at least 3 million. So, I mean, that's 1 million a month. And if you figure 3 million over 90 days, you would have to average, was it 30,000? 33,333 a day. But with this, it's 3,000 watched hours in 1 year. So it's a rolling 1 year period. So like if you get the 3,000 and you don't do anything for a year and a half, then, you know, you don't get monetized anymore. For me, it's to get to 3,000 hours, and that's to get the ability to do memberships and super chats and stuff like that. So right now, the only way people could do it is if they just wanted to send money to my link. But with 4,000, that's when you start getting monetized with ad revenue. But my estimated ad revenue, if I was eligible, would be like, of course they won't tell you for sure, but it's like estimated at $2 to $19 a month or something like that, which still helps out because, I mean, shipping is my biggest thing. It's anything I'm making from my boxes, like when I sell them for the 10 or 25, anything extra I'm making is basically covering my shipping for gauze, my giveaways, but then I still buy my rounds, so I actually lose money by giving away rounds. But it's kind of a hobby until I get to that point where I make a few bucks to actually do it. But Still trying to figure it out. My main purpose is going to be basically documenting times with the fam, if nothing else. I'll still do mail calls and other stuff like that. Yeah, I started out just doing the recaps, doing a box hunt and just filming all my finds and then just putting a video out that was like, 3, 5, 6 minutes and just recapping it. And, I was doing okay. I had 400 hours, in a year period. At that time, I wasn't really live streaming, or I wasn't live streaming. I only started live streaming not quite 3 months ago, almost about 3 months ago. I guess it's 3 months now. But when I decided to start live streaming, that's when I got some of my merch, like my stickers. This is a vinyl, so it's not one of those crappy paper ones that disintegrate in like 5 seconds. It's a vinyl one. And I have my pens and my bottle cap, can opener, keychains, and stuff like that. I got these to give, but unless you write in magic marker, I thought it was going to be a lot lighter, because on the proof it was very, very, very light. But when they came, they were way darker than the proof was. But oh well, it makes it easy to do it, like stick them on that. I used to have just my DHC, and then I actually came up with that logo where it's, because before it was just the background, it's a painting that I did, and it just had DHC, which is actually still the same DHC as on my banner. So if you go on my regular page, my banner is what my old logo was. But then I came up with this one, and I have Dad Hunts Coins and then Coin Hunts and Recaps. A few changes I would make if I go to make new stickers or something. A few changes I'd make to the logo, but that's not bad. But yeah, it's just an abstract painting. This is just part of what the painting is. Some people call it smear. Some people say it's stupid. Some love it. I don't mind it. That's the kind of painting I do. Yeah, yes, yeah, that's what my dad does. Well, stepdad, but he puts it on in the morning and then just lets it run continuously, and it just goes down through the playlists. And if you play those, and some people do it like when they go to work and things like that. That's what he does. Kind of, I guess they could probably find a way to see if that's happening, but I think they're just looking and seeing if it's bots that are doing it. Yeah, the painting I do is more, it's obviously abstract, but I've always loved it, and it's, got a good color, purple, blue, greens, yellow, orange, reds, that sort of thing. But then I made my DHC, but then I was like, I just don't want it to say, this stuff. So I came up with the circle around it, and then kind of like the semicircle underneath with my channel name and what it is, Coin Hunts and Recaps. And then I actually stuck it on the back of my phone. And then I have one on my mug at work. It has my sticker on my Yeti. They gave us Yeti cups one year. 32-ounce tumblers. I use it all the time. Last year, they gave us a Minky Couture lap blanket. My daughter absolutely loves it. I gave it to her, and she's like, it's so comfy. So she uses it all the time and puts it, takes it when she goes to bed and puts it on, and then her covers. Hey, you're a 9-year-old girl, so. It was just like, it's a little lap blanket, doesn't do anything for me. I don't use blankets. Like, I keep my apartment like 67 degrees. I'm weird, I know. And then a few other things that you don't really think about, but, getting some supplies, like, the coin envelopes. I picked up some more because that's all I have left after 3 months. And then for mine, because I send them in an envelope thing, and I just stamp it non-machinable, and takes care of that, because I usually send them in an envelope. So I just tape it in here, and like that I just tape it in, then I seal up the edges, and then I put it in here and seal that up, and then put this one has an address on it, but put a return address on it, or a address label, and then stamp it. I usually use the machine at work because it saves me a few cents than regular stamps. I used to do just the regular, sticky stamps. But my little girl is 54. Yeah. And if 74 Deeds is still in here, you get, with my full box, the first time, anybody that's donated for the first time for a full box hunt, like tonight, I give you a sticker, I give you one of my pens, and then one of my keychain bottle can opener. You can either use it for a glass beer bottle type thing, or you can turn it around and actually use it and pry these up with it, so you put them in here and do that. So I give that to you also. That's interesting. My views a couple minutes ago, it said 238 views that have come in and watched at least so many minutes or whatever. I think it's like 30 seconds or something like that. But it just dropped 16. It went back to 222. That's weird. Weird. Yeah, my kids, my son's turning 13 in 2 days. And then my daughter's 9, she'll be 10 in February. So it seems like just yesterday I was married and had kids, and it's been 6 years since I've been divorced, so. But yeah, I try new things and kind of see what works and doesn't. Yeah, it just goes faster and faster. I mean, he does football and then basketball right now, and then baseball in spring. Their football team actually went undefeated. And it's it's not a school one, but we play different cities. So it's not like, it's 5th and 6th grade, but it's not like through the school, but it is. It's kind of weird. But we travel to other cities and stuff like that, 2.5, 3 hours away. But they won every single game. Most of them, they went undefeated. They had one game, they had 16 points scored against them, but they usually were like 40. What they do is they do touchdowns or 6. They don't do extra field goals, so it's either a 2-point or nothing. And so that's just the rule right now for that age. And they get, the one game was 16. Most of them went undefeated, and a couple games was a score or two. But they just dominated. Our high school took state for 1A or 2A, I can't remember which one. But they beat our arch rival, of course. It's a town called Beaver. Yes, a town called Beaver. And when you go there at gas stations, you can get stuff that says, like, I love Beaver. It's hilarious. But yeah, anyway, just kind of. That's my life. Hopefully they move me up at work. I think it's getting more serious now where they're actually going to do it instead of just been talking about it. So I'll be doing my accounts payable stuff plus starting to learn the finance manager position. He stepped down from the CFO because he's going to be retiring in another year and a half. So he stepped down and they hired a new CFO. So he just became the finance manager instead. And they started talking about maybe moving me to like an assistant. And I think that's a little more serious now. And if so, then obviously they would have to put me on salary, and then I could quit doing my ER call. She was only made about 20. Yeah. It's one of those I could say stuff, but I try to keep it civil when especially like when the kids and stuff, and it's like I could say things, but yeah, it was her decision, not mine. And she's on her third husband now, so there you go. Y'all stay blessed. Time for bed. East Coaster here. Thanks for the hangout, DHC. Congrats on the finds. Yes. So. Yeah. Maybe next time, instead of trying to do a half box that I figured would be brand new, but when I ripped the one corner, I would have just ripped them all open, but when I ripped the one corner and saw there was at least one, it was like, okay, maybe there's actually more. But no. But yeah, it's about time I gotta take my sleeping pill. I got a new sleeping pill that I'm trying. It's normally $600 something. My insurance doesn't cover it, but I could use like a Good RX coupon thing and get it for $135. It hasn't really worked too well, so I was going to look at a different one. That one is with the coupon like $400 something, almost $500. So it's like, screw that. So there's a third one, but I think it interferes with my antidepressant thing that I've used. I've been on it for, I don't know, 25 years. And it works. It's one of those weird things that runs in the family. Bad necks. I've had my neck fused. My mom's had her fused twice. Probably have to do a third one. Things like caffeine doesn't really affect us. Some people, they can have one little bit of caffeine and be jumpy and jittery and palpitations, and I can drink 4 rock stars that are 300 milligrams in one day and be just fine. Narcotics don't affect me. I'd be a bad druggie. The one day when I had to go, I have a pinched nerve in my back, and it's a 8 millimeter bulge. It's almost like on the MRI, it's almost completely pinched off, but it was so bad. I was sweating and like literally crying. It was so painful. I've never had pain like that. So my mom took me down to the ER. And when I left, I took 15 milligrams of oxycodone. And then an hour and a half later, we got down to the ER there. And they gave me a round of Dilaudid. And then an hour later, they gave me another round of Dilaudid. So in basically 3 hours, I had 15 of oxy, 2 rounds of Dilaudid. And when I walked out of the ER, well, kind of hobbled out of the ER, I wasn't slurring, I wasn't, stumbling, I wasn't glassy-eyed, I wasn't anything. Mom was like, I would never have known you had all those narcs in you. And it's like, because narcotics don't make me high. And it's one of those, it's like, for me, it's like, I don't get it when people are, pill junkies. I mean, I understand it. But for me, it just doesn't work. So it'd be like, I would be a horrible druggie. There's even no point trying, because it would be, I'd probably have to take 20 of them just for anything like that. I mean, most people get Dilaudid and they're like, woo. But that's just the way I am. And I've always kind of been weird. People say you can't sleep because you drink too much caffeine. No, I've gone weeks without caffeine trying that. Doesn't work. I've tried white noise. I've tried reading book. I've tried playing on the internet. I've tried watching TV. I've tried watching a movie. I've tried, you name it. Nothing works. So yeah. It's like I probably won't be asleep until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, even if I take my double sleeping pills. The one it's supposed to be, this new one I'm trying, it's like the other ones were Lunesta and Ambien and that sort of thing. And I think it's called Hypnotic or whatever, but it basically makes you sleepy. It doesn't actually turn off the receptors. And this, it's like actually blocks the receptors that keep you awake, and it's supposed to make your receptors basically not receive any signal, which then makes your body go, oh, it's time for sleep. And last night I took one of those, actually broke it in half and chewed part of it. I took one of my, I think it was an Ambien. I've been on a few different ones, but I chewed that up, and then I had my melatonin and my all that, and I actually was asleep in about an hour and a half, which was amazing. And I actually slept through 8.5, 9 hours. And I've had it to where I've taken mixtures of Ambien and Lunesta, crunched them up and chewed them on an empty stomach, and it still does nothing. So it's one of those, you just kind of learn to live with it. People say, someone will have some kind of disability or something, you just learn to live with it. It's like, I can kind of understand what they're saying, because most people can't function on 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night. And unfortunately, I've made myself do that. But it's 10 o'clock here. I'm just kind of rambling now. It has plugged me up for 5 days. Emmy put me in the hospital for 3. Man. Yeah, like I said, stuff just does not work the same. Like, I was taking oxy for my neck pain because I had a degenerative disc and spinal stenosis and all kinds of stuff. Basically, it was my disc was bulging, it had bone spurs growing into the canal where the nerves were. So they went in through the front of my throat, took out the disc, cleaned out the canals, put a cadaver bone in, put a plate and screws, and when I was doing that, the doc, my surgeon, he had said, "What are you taking?" and everything, and I told him, I've been taking oxy, I've been taking all this, and he said, he goes, "Have you taken a leave?" Or what is it? Is it leave? It's the naproxen. I think it's a leave. Whatever naproxen is. Anyway, he said, try that. So I was like, okay. So I tried that, and that actually helps more than narcotics do. Like I said, I could take 15 of oxy and it wouldn't even touch my pain. And I could take one Aleve and it would actually dull it a little bit. So I just use Aleve basically, which is weird that Aleve would work and narcotics don't. Well, anyway. Yeah, I would cough, my left arm would go numb. If I sneezed, both arms would go numb. Constant pain. It felt like someone took a dagger and just like shoved it in your neck and twisted and then just like walked away and left it there. Nothing would touch it. It was constant pain. And yeah, it fixed it. I was in the hospital just overnight, just because they played around in my neck, But the doc said I had to keep my neck brace on, like every single minute, except for if I was showering or getting dressed or undressed. Other than that, sleeping, eating, anything, I had to wear it. I couldn't bend over to put stuff in the laundry. I couldn't do anything like put it in the dishwasher. Even picking up my kids, I couldn't carry anything. He was basically like, if it's a gallon of milk or heavier, don't pick it up. So like my daughter was, see, that was back in 2018. So she was about 3, so she'd have to climb up onto the couch to come sit on my lap because I couldn't pick her up. And most people are like, well, my doc said I didn't have to do that. And I wanted to say, well, that's probably why you're still having pain. But it was the best thing. Like my first coherent thought was, when you wake up from surgery, a lot of people go, am I alive? Or, did it go okay or whatever. My first thought was, holy crap, I can feel my arms and I don't have pain. That was my first coherent thought. So, anyway, I'm rambling. Thanks for watching, and we will see you Thursday. Have a nice night.